Why, hello. Happy Monday. All right. Where were we? We were at... We just got highlighting working. For a selected room. Beautiful. Love that for now. We probably want to restyle this a little bit because we want these to be colored based on kind of what type of tile they are, which will come into play over here. But for now, this is good. And I think we can override the do I want to cancel? I don't know. We'll think about that. Let me double check my thinking here. What I want. And make sure that the that Cogent lets us restyle or change what selected means. Like you can do that in CSS, right? With a normal UI, web UI, but this is different. It's similar but different. So let's make sure that I'm not setting myself up for insanity. Let's see. Probably in style, I think. Or states. Yes. So we should be able to say, let's just do that as a test. Where we have, get rid of that, this, our tile button. Yes, good, good. It'll go in the base because we want to apply to all of them. And we can say selected. And the example here is that they just used the, they just set the background color. And we can just borrow that real quick. If I could copy all of it, that'd be good. So if we do this, oh, did I seriously just close that? You absolute idiot. There we go, detach. So if you do this, it should highlight green now. And it does. Fantastic. Okay, so we can control what selected means to this button. Fantastic. Love that. So let's do that for now. We'll worry about that in a little bit. First and foremost, adjust that a little bit. First and foremost, let's get some more stuff going here. We know that we need to get the, got a couple things. Selecting this, we want to highlight the tiles in question. We might want to color key them in some way, shape, or form, but for now, let's just highlight them. And let's do that before we do this. It'll be a good warm-up, right? The next big task is going to be to put connections into the room so that we can edit them from here as well. because we want to be able to control them from here, I think. So like here you're focused on just specifically this connection, but here you want to see all of them, I think. So let's do the selected connection. We've handled this. I think, wait. Unchanged, updated is true. Yeah, we handle set the new param to true. Do we have we don't even have a new param on that. We have it on connection widget. But we don't actually need it, I don't think. If I was to just go over here and boop and boop, what would happen? Nothing there. Oh, we need to be able to add as well. We need to do that first as two. Or do we? Interesting question. Probably. So we might need to do that still. Leave that. We'll leave this. I don't know that it's going to matter, but we'll leave it for right this second until we know for sure. So let's start with, why are you? Yeah, refresh. There you go. Let's start with the first thing that we talked about, which was getting them selected to button is that Euclid coordinates. That's that. We build the transit data, which is this, which has an origin tile, destination tile. This we might want to make, in order to facilitate this, we might want to make this a button. But we can't, we'll have to get it anyway, so maybe it doesn't matter. Actually, you know where we want to do this at? We might want to do this like on a mouse over. That would make more sense, right? Because otherwise... Otherwise, when we select, for example, a center, it's just going to highlight everything around it. But maybe that is good. Not sure. I do know that in either case, what we need to do is to be able to reference the buttons in question that are connected to this, right? So over here, connection button. This is the actual creation. We want build connections. Returns connections, which is a tile wrapper, which has a tile and a button. Okay. And what do we do with build connections? We just do that. We don't actually store these. Wait, no, we don't return them. Sorry. We don't do any returning. Okay, that's fine. This connection is okay. So in the connection. Pop, 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 pop. Tiles and buttons, tiles and buttons. I think I was aiming in this direction, but connection tile widget has connections. And when we create the transit data, we go through the connections. We return the transit update data. So we have access to, so we get the origin tile. And the origin is the tile wrapper. So in the update data, if instead of this being a tile, and because we don't display these, I don't think we need this, but we'll put it in here just in case. We'll do the same there, just for funsies, to be extra paranoid about people changing things, right? So instead of this being a tile, say this is a do we want this to be, it's probably fine. So then we do here pull the tiles out of them. Origin.tile. When we do our updates, tile location, tile location, and then we can see, we need to fix that here. Tile.connect, tile.id, destination tile.tile, easy peasy. Then when we get up in the set selected world here, in the selectedness of it, we want to probably, how did we do this again yesterday? For tiles, we gave it a set selected that we just did yesterday. So let's do the same pattern here, because this also triggers our update. And we have actually, no, we don't need this. Yet anyway, because we don't we need this though. Oh wait, no, this is origin tile. We need to fix this. We're not selecting the buttons in between yet. We're selecting the, sorry, totally derailed. We're selecting the, or setting selected on the map tile. So this, we can use this. I know I'm bouncing around. Too many thoughts going on at once. So over here, we need to actually hand this origin tile is no longer a game map tile. It is a connection tile wrapper. And then tile get transits. Oh, because we don't know. Because this is the tile. We get the transit out of the tile. We don't know the destination button yet. We need to view grid and map grid or game map. Map tile widget. We need to be able to figure out the destination tile view grid coordinates. Do that a couple of ways, but how do I want to do it? So Do this as well while we're here. This actually needs to be that. All the way down. How do I wish to do this? What is the other? See one squiggly. Where's the other squiggly? We're about oh, right here. There we go. Because we're pulling this out of the tile itself, we need a way to translate to get a hold of the view grid coordinates of the thing. Connection tile wrapper, tile button. And when we build this, specifically when we get the new map widget set up, we do analyze view grid. We build the connections. Sorted connection tile widgets. This still makes sense. Build connections. This is where we do we wrap everything up. Maybe we need connection tile wrapper. We use this pretty heavily up here. We have view grid coordinates. Does anything actually end up using the destination of this struct? Yes. Many things. But that's because we build it in. Okay, yeah. We set it up down there, which makes sense, right? That's where we reach over and say, hey, who are you? Tell me who you're connected to. But I feel like we're doing double work here, right? Seems like. And we do it in here, where we build connections. And we say, left neighbor chords. Right neighbor chords. And that all gets put into the tile widget. Which we have access to when we do our on click, which ends up here, which is good. Direction, connection. Okay, so view grid coordinates. Wait a minute. Connection button. Connection handler gets a new connection widget, which is this one, which we have built. Origin and destination wrapper. Which at the end of all this, after we switched and built and all that, connection tile connections appends. So in the connections on the connection tile is where we have this stored. Which we have here. We have the list of connections. When we create the transit data by direction, we don't use it. We give it because we built this before we did that other stuff. Right. Gotcha. So if we go through this connection, the connections inside of it, we store the tile in the button. Is this the correct structure for this data? Probably not. We're going to want to think in our We do this at the end because that's when we have everybody populated, right? So instead of having connections, that are we need the button bases still. Instead of having a list, we have directions instead. Then this that make a new one. Then origin, destination, can we determine? That's why we did this. Okay. Because we don't know, or at this point we don't care about the direction, right? A connection object is to, it could be bidirectional, it could be not. That's why we did this. Okay, I see. So let's actually back this out of here. This and this. And then over here, so we know the direction. We get the origin. The origin is not nil. We create the structure by direction. Have the origin. We want to do this. And then we don't have to do this. Oop. Because we want to make sure, or we were making sure. We don't need to do that though, because we did that. Oh, we pulled. I see. Because we're pulling the current data out of it. That's why we're doing this. So maybe this stays the way it is. But up here, just a tile, please, not the grid. We take this out of here. Take this out of here. And if we do that, Is it update data? And then we take this out of here as well. Using this correctly. This is not correct. This needs to have a different UUID as well. Okay. This should be... We need you to have an ID. Should probably get done down there. And then here, where we... That would be in apply. Down here. This. And actually, let's, instead of being ID, we'll do that. Okay, and then all of that. So we yank out the current data going into the opposite direction. So when we do, not sure I like this, but when we do the stuff here, this is the update data that we build. We do set selected here. Wait. Oh, we already have a set selected. Ha. Oh. Well, yeah, it calls update though. It just said it did. So, So perhaps we can get away with just doing that. Then up here, let's run that real quick and make sure I'm not crazy. States imported but not used. Clean that up for me. Thank you. Yeah. Okay. Awesome. This code for me, and that, and that, and that. Ooh, that didn't quite work, did it? Because we need to clear. Yank that out. In here. In here, we'll say this is transits. This is the form data. That's problematic. But we do have a selected tile. Okay. So we just do this before. Oh, wait, no. Select the connection widget. Yes. Connections. So we just go through that list. We do that. We do that. That's fine. Um, see if that gets all of them. This is messy and I don't like it. So we're going to have to think about this a little bit more, but... Whoop, nope. We need to... It's not nil, we do that. Actually put this in here as well. That'll probably need to get changed too. At the start, we cleared everything because we had no way to know. Okay, that. Okay. Connection. Oh. Grab a hold of that as well. Okay, it's working, but it's messy and I hate it. But that's the first step to goodness is messiness, right? Okay, so now that we got this working, but and let's also double check if we do, let's say we take out 3 to 4. Boop. That deselects it. Yes. Let's see that this room no longer participates in this. Now, how can we make this better? Because we do double work, and I don't like that. If we do this, we have the direction in here, which I believe we use for display. The what do we have access to at this particular stage? We've put the connections in here as a list. And we've done that because we don't know what direction they are. Well, we do. It's just, it's up at a level, right? At the level of the connection, we don't. Connections hold an origin and a destination. So this should theoretically only need a connection, right? Then we don't need to know about that. We put this back to that. Fix this up. Fix that up. that. We don't care about this anymore. Or do we? We still need to get the... We still need the transits so that we can pull out the current descriptions and things, but... don't have this anymore, and we shouldn't. We have the connections origin. We have the destination already built for us. Direction is our problem. Can we put... I don't think it needs to be that. When we do this... Well, no, it would be... Origin, destination. Because this is where it became not a direction, but just an orientation, you know, an axis, more or less. But we have the ability to get a direction, I think, from coordinates. Cardinal from point. And we have in coordinates vector 2 from one to the other. So this would be cardinal from point, and this would be dot hang on. We need to put it up here. This coordinates dot vector 2. So this is dot origin dot tile dot location dot vector 2 destination dot tile dot location. string that. We make sure that we have it, and then we display it. And then that. And get rid of that. And that as well. This needs to take... I don't even know that we need this anymore. Or if we ever did. I think it was for an earlier version. But this is no longer origin tile. And I don't think we care about the direction at all. What we do is we just say... horizontal origin destination. We just say... connections. Wait, no. Use the right one, it'll work better. And then all of this would go away, right? And then this is broken here because tile. See if that falls over, blows up in my face. Okay. Oh, we're only getting one. But it didn't blow up in my face. And that's because... transit data. Connections. You're not getting put in there? Or am I losing you somewhere? It's been an hour, so I'm going to take a quick break. Stand up, stretch out, use the restroom. I'll be right back, and we'll figure out why I'm missing one of my connections. But this is shaping up a lot better, so I'm happier. I'll be right back. All right. Well, I neglected to get up average refresh. This one's going to be dead soon. We'll push on. All right, so where's my range in the connections? You only get used here. Connection tile widget. Grid coordinates, connections. I know. Because here we used to call this twice. But now we don't. Because we used to say, hey, give me the east, give me the west, give me the north, give me the south, right? Okay, whatever. This you only get used here. This can be pluralized. This can be a list. That's this. Oh my gosh. That. Instead of this, we do that. That. This will be that. That. Ooh, hang on. Crap. No, I'm wrong. Because this is just one connection. No. I'm right. This needs to become this. This. This is where we check for cardinal from point, con dot, location, vector 2. This is destination location. We flipped it, right? Because we need to go see if there's one on the backside or not. And this looks exactly like that. We append it, we return everything at the end. Can we condense this down perhaps a little bit? Let's find out in a minute. But, okay, well, got that going. Showing 2 now, 3, 3 to 4, 3, 3. Oh, it's showing twice? East, east, okay. Because fish transitor dot string, and then origin is actually this. We should rename this from origin and destination. So this would be um and then this. That. Fix our selection, our highlighting real quick. That should be here. That. And we should be deselecting both already, so I think we're good there. Just make sure this part is working real quick. Fantastic. And if I was to delete 3.1 to 4.2, apply it, does not get deselected. Okay. Because we don't know at this stage if they are connectorized or not, which makes sense. We just know that there is a connection object that holds them, right? Exit connection. Transit update data, which is y'all. And so when we come in here, we create the transit data. It gives me a list of these guys. So what we do is say This is going to be broken in cases of single direction connections, right? Or if we flip, if we say what if we do that? If we only highlight the destination, so we come in here, they're both highlighted. If we take out 2.2 to 2.3 and apply it, so 2.3 is still connected to 2.2. But does that make sense? Maybe I just... Maybe I just select them both because they are both being edited, right? Do that and we apply. Right, come over here. Yeah. 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 We really need is just to get icons in place, right? I think to make that more clear. But this shows that these are the two that are that this junction point could be connected to. We'll leave it like that for now. I'll have to kind of use it and see what feels good, right? I think. But that cleans that up a lot. I'm pretty happy with that, I think. Except for... Yeah, it's probably fine to have that broken apart. It's fine. Okay. Let's just do that for now. See where we get up to. Okay. So. Before we do the room tile stuff, which we do need to get to, we stumbled across a thing that I missed, right? Which is where we need to be able to have add be a thing, to add a new, like if this had no dual connection, then we want to be able to add connections to here. And here we just have apply as a thing. That's fine. Here I think... Or do we want to have it here? Maybe this is only... a an edit sort of screen. Edit and remove. What is the best experience here? We could... Oh, we need to hide a connection ID as well. Or make it, I think we can, you know, add an add button and then, um, we would really want to help guide the user to success in that case, right? Where, like, if you've done this right here, if you're at this particular screen, the add button should only allow you to connect 2.3 back to 3.3. Or to create, you know, eventually, a non-linear connection, a portal or something. The yeah, probably. Probably. We probably do want that. Okay. Maybe I will. Maybe I'll throw it to some game devs I know and some other usery people I know and kind of get feedback from both angles to see what people think. But for now, maybe I'll do that. Maybe we'll push this off just a little bit. I'll do that gathering, and today we can work on getting the display into the rooms. Let's go that route. Yes. But first we need to fix up. This needs to be a string. That is not editable. That's going to break a thing. That's fine. This. Can I do that? No. Oh, this needs to be must parse. And we didn't put in down here. That's the tile. Transit edit structs here. Oh, this doesn't have an ID. Crap. Do they not? I think I moved this. I moved this out into connection. Transits have an ID. Turns this. Oh, because I didn't expose it. That's fine. That. String that. Beautiful. That should fix the horrible, ugly, no good, very bad 16 numbers. Yes. Oh, but you don't, because I forgot to add you. Yep. Mm-hmm. Because we don't display these if they don't exist. That's fine and dandy. For now. There we go. Beautiful. Loves that. Oh, forgot to get add. All right. So. Let's get our tile edit stuff in place here. We want to reuse the form that we've built for the selected tiles. And do we just want to... The first thing we're going to need to do is get rid of... We want to reuse this selected tile... selected connection, right? Because... Well, no. We can't use this. We can use a lot of the code from it. Probably pull this out. Because this is the code for all of the things that ultimately get built, right? Because we get transit update data. We just don't have a connection widget when we're clicking here. Or can we? Because this takes a connection tile widget. Which is not. That's the button in the view grid. These won't be in there. All of this needs to be in there. The only thing this really cares about is that A, it needs a parent. Makes sense. And it needs an update, which is a transit update data. Which we should be able to get. How do I want to do this? We want to pull the connection object out, which we kind of already do here. This is the only part that's different because we won't have a connection. Unless we can get one. Map tile widgets. Has a tile. Has coordinates. Has the button in there. Whether or not it's new and the update function. You would need to I think this is why I had that. Because this used to be directional. Or the other one used to be. The other one was just to get them all out. Which we still need to do, but origin is easy to figure out. That's just us. We can just build a wrapper. We won't have the button, though. We will. Never mind. We have our button. The destination is the one that we need to figure out how to get. We have a view grid. Which is, okay, yeah. We don't really want to look through that every time. But when we build this, we know where our view grid coordinates are, but do we just want to grab the connections from our neighboring buttons in the view grid, which are the connection objects, and then filter by which ones belong to us? We could do that. Because we've gone to all the trouble of putting the connection objects in there. Hmm. That would allow us to reuse a lot of, I think that's what we want to do. Okay, so if we're going to do that, let's do this. First, we need to get this cleaned up because we can't reuse these to display both because it clears the selections each time we reselect, right? I was in there just kind of as a placeholder. So now this should yeah, just never clears anything as expected. What we need to do is hook into the event system, I think, for deselecting. Can we... Yeah, this doesn't. Events, here we go. Click, double click, context menu. Long press, key. Focus lost. Don't know if that's going to fire when we click over to the edit bar, though. Probably will. We could test that theory. We can just do tile button on click. Close. Focus lost. So we can just do on focus lost. just do that real quick. Do need one of those. Okay. So, click here. If we then come over here, focus was lost. Yeah. Okay. But you can look and think on. We have on select. Here's my other. Can I do. Here we go. Exhaustive list of event types. Select. Hmm. Select descent for any direction of selection change. On or within, if relevant, a selectable element. Just on select. Do this, we find out for sure exactly. That didn't fire. That didn't fire. Hmm. So we would have to. Put these back in. We'll have to think about a different way to accomplish this because we lose. There's no way for us to tell for sure if you already have something selected or manually, or if it's selected by, hey, we selected your Delios. We also don't want to fire the highlighting, right? Actually, maybe we do. We'll take this out of there. We would need to figure out a way to pull this out, maybe. Maybe that's still the answer. Maybe we pull. We pull everything. So we still want to use that if we're going to pull from the neighbors, right? The problem is we just want to omit. Well, actually, we want to omit a couple things because we don't want it to show us everything that this connection button / object is connected to. We only interested in the ones that this room. So maybe we just need to create another function, but this part we definitely don't want to redo. For the editing stuff, the buttons that go with it, we want that to come with. So the this middle chunk, copy this and put this into because ultimately it's going to return the transit container to us. So we put all this in. So what we need is at this stage inside of here, update, which is over here, a transit update data. If we do this, that, and then here we return this. Probably doesn't need to be in here. Transit container. And then if we do this, we make this that. This isn't selection though. This is a and then we replace all of this with up to here. Connection edit widget, and we give it updates. Ooh, this would need to be... Yeah, this does need to be in here. Which is fine, because if you're in here, you're selecting them. Or, yeah, they're active. So actually, we don't care about getting all of the frame at this particular juncture. So this should result in the exact same behavior we had currently. You just pulled out the other goodies. We see 2 connections, 3, 2 to 4, 2. I can still do... That didn't save, or did I forget to click save? Or apply? Apply. 0 modified. Yeah, okay. Unmodified. I feel like I just broke my scrolling though. If we go here and I say delete that one, yeah, okay, my scrolling is not working anymore. Apply will refresh it, but this should be... This would be in the edit bar, or the button bar. Delete button. Select the tile. It's not, it is. On click. Oh, this goes in the form, not the... Or not the form, but the connection. Connection edit widget. Button. Transit container. Set state invisible. Delete. Frame update. Maybe I didn't have... Yeah, I didn't have this working or set up yet in the connections. Pretty sure I did for the tile. I thought I did in the connections because that's where the problem shows itself. Clear selections. Frame update. It would be in clear select. That's why. This gets omitted. Can I, in here, when I click on delete, do that, and then to content end? That didn't really work. Maybe I need to do start, because that's where it was before. That works. It doesn't end work. End on the Y, start on the X. Like it doesn't know that that thing's gone just yet. Oh, actually. No, it should be form parent. What if we did instead scroll to this being widget base, children is a node base. What does this do? Oh. Hmm. This gives me a node. Let's widget that way. Widget base. Scroll to this. Like that. And then if you come in here, nice long one. Not quite. But we can do, scroll this to top maybe. Tells this widget parent frame to scroll, so the top of this widget is top of visible range. Okay. That might work. Come in here. That's annoying. Tells this widget's parent frame to scroll, so the top of this widget is the top of the visible range. Whereas scroll to this says, tells this widget's parent frame to scroll to keep this widget in view. Returns whether or not scrolling was done. Let's just see if it's even firing correctly. Oops. Silly me. Helps if you actually use it. Okay, so leave you here. Do this. No scroll. Okay. Why not? Specifically told you to scroll. Maybe Is it because the widget is still there? It's just hidden? Bet you it is. Scrolling done. Yeah, okay. That's spry. So we need to figure out what the index of this is. Um, don't think we have. Okay, so let's do this. That, and then that goes there. Then if we come down here, yeah, it's okay. We can do that. And we do that. And we do that. And we do that. Okay, let's do quick commit here. like so. Right. So, meow. That's all pulled out. As part of our setting the selected tile, we do all this. That's fine and dandy. We also need to say oh, how do I want to do this? Run this again real quick and take a look. Almost wondering if we make this, nope, this, a little bit smaller. And then we do yeah, okay. Like a scrolling thing here. If location isn't editable, which right now you can change this, but maybe you don't, maybe you shouldn't be able to. It's gonna error because we don't support it yet. I guess we took the error message out, but it doesn't save it. We would but how do we make it easy to move a tile in that case? I think we want to leave that there. But so if we do that, there's still not really enough room to put like a secondary panel here that it would be really squished. Unless you got hugified. Can I make a collapsible section in Cogent? I don't want to form pop-up, but I do, I think, would like a like a folder. Could do that. Tree. I want a file tree, but regular tree. That would give me a way to kind of fold them nicely. Might want to use that for this too, actually, come to think of it. But if we just modify this form that we've built, then we get it all for free, which is how we've kind of architected things to take advantage of. So we can just, for now, just put it in at the end. And then that will be step one, and we can kind of refactor from there. All right, so let's get this in place first, and then we can kind of massage. But it's been another hour, so I'm going to take a really quick break, stand up, stretch out, all that good stuff. I'll be right back, and then we'll get these in finally. All right. Refresh to the beverage as well. We can continue to turn caffeine into code. So here where we set our selected tile. We already clear selections, which clears everything, so that's fine and dandy and good. We can set that struct here. And then do we have a get neighbors? No, we don't. But if we do we have our location, right? View grid coordinates. So let's say we have also coordinates subtract point think here how to do this cleanly and nicely. First, let's do this. We'll just say that this is EB what did I call you? Oh, Ugrid at, can I not? Oh, I don't have, that's problematic because we can't get, we don't have map widget, do we? No, we just have game map. Crap. We did that because we build edit bar first, because map needs to know about the edit bar so that it can say, hey, edit bar, it kind of drives, right? But maybe this isn't the best way to do this. Okay, what can we still use then? Let's just for visual organization, let's put this here while I'm thinking about it. This takes transit update data. We can actually build some of this. I think that's why my update data actually used to be driven off of the tiles themselves. Crap. Maybe I should have done this first. Tile wrapper. We can't have a circular reference. So we can't import game map, but we could let map tile widget know about its parent. It's kind of a pattern we've used before. I don't know if it's a good one or not, but it is one. That's for sure. Could do that. And then let map tile widget tell us about its neighboring buttons. Could fix the issue, kind of. That would kind of push neighboring out to this, which would be kind of more sensible. So then when we build you, tile button, that. And then we can do down here. Maybe it's not get neighbors. Maybe it's get Get connection buttons? Sure, why not? This is a list of pointers to connection tile widgets because we want to be able to mess with them. And what we do is, for now, just proof of concept-y type stuff, right? We'll just do this with at oh, you don't have your view chords. App chords, view chords. Wait, does map chords actually? Okay, yeah, that is. And it's because map grid chords, if this is nil, we still need to know where in the map grid this represents. That. So we can put that in. This is the X. All messed up there. X and Y. In this case, it'll be +1 on both just for proof of concept. And this is not happy because it's type interface. Just cast it for, or type assert it rather, for the sake of type assert that it's a pointer. For the sake of testing this theory. So if we do that, then in here, this takes that, created by this, takes the connection widget, so we go get them all basically. Up here in tile, we can say that do that. Neighbor connections. Let's call you connections, origin, how widget dot map tile. But in this case, the origin dot tile dot ID. If they're equivalent, then we can do, or do we even need to do that? Yes, we need to right? Oh wait, no, we need to go through connection tile widget, create transit data. We need to create transit edit structs. Transit data. Ooh, we do need that. Because, okay. Wait, use the wrong one. Transit edit data. No? Transit data. That's what it is. Which returns me a list of transit update datas, which have the connections inside of them. So here we say origin.tile.id equals tile widget dot map tile.id. That. You clean up some of these names because they're confusing. Okay. And then we go this from connection data. And that's where we use our nicely yanked out widgets. Theoretically, this should give me 1 on each of the ones that have. Yes, southeast. Because I did 1-1. Yeah. And if I was to say, do that, complete. But it did because my application doesn't. The application of the changes doesn't correctly take that into account just yet. Let's go make sure that's going to work for us real quick first. And that's in not the form, but the button bar. That's where we have our handlers. Select the tile isn't nil. We do all of this, and that is where we just do that. I think we're good. So then if I come in here, apply that, one connection modified. Except for it didn't. Because update tile does get called. This works. It's just this doesn't pull. Oh, because I did southeast. It's here. There you go. Fantastic. Okay, so let's also test. Does it suck for UX if we also do test? So we modify both the room and the connection. One connection's modified. Can I do... Because it gets overwritten, basically, which does suck. It's not clear. Power stage. Can I do like multiple? Let's check. Oops. Schneck bar. Set text. Message snack bar. Boop. We can do a custom snack bar. If we did up here, if we did a a string And then instead of this, we said actually we could do this. We can do results result message. Yeah. Make it a byte buffer. Then we can say write string, highlight it complete. And then here we can say write string this. Format string still fine. And then at the end of it, actually we want, because we know the snack bar doesn't allow for actually, let's do this. Because the snack bar doesn't allow for the a line break. So if we do result messages there, and then we just append these messages. Like so. Then we can do snack bar text. So we if len of result messages is greater than 0, then we say for range result messages. Actually, I think we can just do that. We don't even need to check it for length. What we do is we can say we do need to do that because we're going to want this. Add snack bar text, message, and then at the end of that, we will run snack bar, and we give it the form parent. Think. So if we then do that, that didn't do what I wanted it to. Do I instead want to I don't think I want, this is what I want. I don't know why that even is different. There's no difference in the output. What if I did I really want is like multiple snack bars, right? So they pop up both and then they fade out like they normally do. So these, yeah, they disappear. If I did that, oops, that run snack bar, not core, that's why. db.frame, then I would be able to let that time out real quick. That part is working, but taking them both, or editing them both in one, yeah, it's still overwrite. Let's roll this back. Walk all that back. This is kind of polished, so we're getting bogged down in again. But let me just look here. We're done with that for now, I think. What I want is a snacky bar. I can has it's a type of stage. Okay, so what's a stage? I guess Let's do this. That. That and that. That. And then that's fine for now, probably. We're really mostly concerned about error states, which we let's just do this. Actually, hang on. Tile form data, tile changes. And then update tile. Yeah, just error applying changes. That's fine. So that. Hey, Jazz, how you doing? I suspect that the list of Go streamers is pretty short, so I don't have a lot of competition. Okay, so if we do all that, then at least we have something that spits out that is reasonably sane. And then let's apply that. 2 changes applied. Click off. Click here. Test, test. Click here. Test. Still, it came from the bottom of my heart. Aw. Well, I appreciate it. I'm glad that you swing by to hang out and do productive things while I struggle with my inadequacies in the UI realm. And then if I was to come over here and I take this back out, 3 changes applied. Why did it change 3 things? Four changes applied. 5 changes applied. Something has gone. It's because this is all within the we put it outside of the onClick. So it gets staved in the state of the widget. So we need to put it here. One change is applied. Good. And then it would be here. No, because I changed that one. Okay. Still one change. That's one change theoretically. Let's let it time out just to be sure. Because now I'm paranoid. There we go. One changes, yes. Two changes. One change. Removes that. Fantastic. Love it. Almost looks like something. All right. Now. Can you now select several tiles? That wasn't the case yesterday. Kind of. So if you click on a connection object between the two rooms, it highlights the rooms that are connected or affected by this change, or by this connection, whatever's in this view. I'm not sure if I like that yet, especially in the case of these diagonal connections, because it's just hard to correlate these exactly. I think I would like better to have it on a mouse over here or something, but I need to think about how I want to try to convey that. Like color code them or something, I'm not sure. Trying not to get too wrapped up in the UI polish and just get the rest of these things working. And I need to do some need to bother some people and say, hey, here's a UI. Tell me what it reads as to you, kind of, sort of, you know? I did a progress. That is sure. That is sure a thing. It's coming together slowly and getting closer to kind of what I envision. There's still some things that are not where I want them, and then also there's the whole this bar is still to be done. I don't know if you were here when I did it, but where did I put you? I don't want to open it in text. I want to just launch you. Theoretically, open existing. I do have you here. Fantastic. But I have this mock-up of kind of where I want it to be eventually, right? And so there's still a number of things I need to do. The zooming thing is going to be a thing, I think, because I heard back from them. They don't they don't natively support zooming in on only one of the splits. So I probably just need to change, kind of like I was trying to do experimenting. I probably just need to change like the scale of the thing that's drawn, the view grid. When we zoom. And then I also got to figure out how I want to handle clicking and dragging and painting from templates or you know, adding a template. All that kind of needs to go in there. But this is sort of the rough idea of where I want to be. Do not save that, please. Discard. But this has taken a lot of time to get into this state because I'm not very good at UI, and I'm seeing it sort of get closer is very rewarding. And there's a lot of under the hood data manipulation that's just time consuming to get right. But slowly but surely, we're getting there. So, Okay, we need to fix this now because this is just very rough. We want to do this in a much nicer way. Going to just call you buttons. Sure, why not? All right, so what we want to do is go and take the current location. Let's pull that out. X. And the Y. And see, I'm done with that for right meow. We're going to want to run this again. Right. You're not happy because all of this is unused because I was trying to get this up to visualize. So we need to check all of our neighbors. Make sure that they are connection tile widgets, which they should never not be, but stuff do happen. So our actual coordinates are -1, -1, -1, 0. No, sorry, +1. But we could start from -1, -1. This is -1, 0, and this is +1, -1. No, backwards. -1, +1. So if we do, I think we can do a cheeky set of loops here. But if it were already negative, then minus a minus. This might still work. Yeah, I think it's still fine. So we want to go from is less than or equal to, because we need to go up to +1. Same thing here. Like so. This is X, not Y, silly. Then we go if this is dot parent widget, which is the map view grid at X, Y, if this correctly type asserts to a connection tile widget pointer to, then append like so. And at the end of that, we return the buttons that we build. That, theoretically, give me, no, did not. Why not? Because, oh, this for one, I think. Let's do this. This is not this X, but X and Y. So if we do that, then I'm checking. So this is 3, 2. Checking 2, 1. It should be here. 2, 2. Wait. 2, 2. Okay, yeah. 3, 1. That appears to be checking them correctly. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That is that. Yeah, it just doesn't correctly get them now for some reason. Wonder if this. Wonder if that was doing something funky. Let's find out. I rerun you. Still not. Why not? Let's leave that in. Print that out. Tell me why. Tell me why you no work key. Did pull out 8. Oh, did I do something silly? No, you get that. We get the name, we get the connection buttons. Go through. Transit origin. Because we get these. This room connection data. Transit. Something wonky going on here, perhaps. Let's go in here. Good old-fashioned debug. Okay, here we go. Selected. In we go. Neighbor connections. 7. Should be 8, but we'll forgive it for a second. Working for, I think at least I think it should be 8. Let me recheck. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah. Okay. Just don't do that. Stop. It's not responding because I'm over here in debug land. Wait. Okay. Edit data comes back with 2 connections. Origin has an ID. Very interesting tile at 0, 0. Well, that ain't right. Okay, so that's what's going on there. X is this. Oh. No, that should be. This shouldn't be map tile. This should be view chords. Okay, now let's try this again. Hey. Three, 3 to 2, 2. So that is not right. Wait, no, it is right. That's diagonal. Okay, northwest. Yes. West from 3, 3 to 2, 3. Correct. 3, 3 to 2, 4. Correct. 3, 3 to 332, correct. 338234, correct. 33242, 33 to 44. That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, perfect. This is going to crash though if we do the edge. No, it won't, because we always have a border. Okay, we're good there. Let's do that. Let's go ahead and we should double check and test. It has a border, but those borders will not have things, but we just dealt with not getting any connections back, and I think we're okay. Nope, it does crash. Okay. Needle pointer dereference. That's because we need to check for probably when we build this, because it's in tile. This get transits. That's these don't have to have, and I need to go change that up here to tile. Bet you that's it. Because if they don't have any connections associated with them, we can't very well talk to them. Oh, still got to panic. Tile 152. Location. Okay. Edit bar 557. Ah. Actually, if we check there, and then if either of these tiles are nil, then we can't do anything with this transit, because you can't go from somewhere to nowhere, right? So we just omit it. Yes. We should... Does it even make sense to... when we build this, create transit data. Connections. Which is over here when we build them. If it was in the right file, it would help. Build connections. We create a new connection. And if there's no... Yeah, okay. Yeah. If we don't get... If it's not in the grid bounds... then it's going to fall through. Yeah. Okay, so yeah, it makes sense to have nils in there, I think. Like, it makes sense that they are there, but I think it makes sense to allow them to be there and just handle it here. Or does it? Maybe it doesn't. Maybe because... there's no real point to having this in here. Okay, yeah. Let's take this back out. What we need to do is... where's your wrapper? Destination wrapper. These, I think, can get pulled up here and then not repeated over and over again. No. This can come out. So we break out of there. Break out of there. Ooh, crap. We fall out of there. So down here, we can say Oh no, I can't do this here. We can still do that up there, but here. We'll check, make sure. That we have wrappers or tiles. We can just put that around. This needs to come back. Just get guarded like so. And it's because of this. Because we continue to do the other side as well. Which makes sense. We can just nil check those. And, oops. Oh, no, I did it again. I closed my terminal with the editor. What a silly, silly creature I am. That should end up with no connections in places, yes, that don't have connections, and we don't have to nil check it every single time we read it. This has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 connections should have. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It does. Fantastic. I love it. Okay. Now, do this. Okay. That gets us one step closer. Now, what we're going to want to do, I think, is make this easier to deal with, because that's a lot of scrolling and a lot of looking. But we're also coming down. We got like 20 minutes left in the stream today. So maybe we should tackle something a little smaller. Just a nice, put a nice little bow on it. And I think I know what I want it to be. Or do I? Maybe. Let's find out. If I do... This just being selected is not terribly useful and helpful. I would like it to be... Do I want it to be the description? Or I want to say it is a room tile at blah, blah, blah. Kind of a little polishy thing, but, you know, hopefully should be easier. A smaller little thing just to put a bow on the day. So if we come in here, we create a header. We do return the frame. We would just need to allow we could do we return the frame and we do that and we create it here. Create header. We could do that. And then when we do our set selected tile, we could do that. Return the parent frame though. Or the could do that. And then does this make sense? Maybe. Let's find out. We set text to that. And then this just becomes that. When we do this, let's return that. Frame is header frame. Header text is header text. Default header is selected. Could call you new header. And then form header is actually a selected header When we create the new edit bar, form parent, form header, this, right. Let's call it that. And then this, and then on our clear selections, just in case, we can reset it. So it always has something up there. But then here we can say this, and this is pretty chords the dot tile dot location. If we did that, oops, come in here, we run this. Yes, good. And then this is still defaulting to selected because we haven't set it yet, which is fine. I like that so much more. Let's go to when we select the let's also change this to selected tile just as a default, but for our set selected connection, we can do form header dot set text room connection, maybe tile connection. How do we like that? Room tile at tile connection, tile connection, tile connection. We could make you, oh, we could do this. This, and this can be sprintf widget dot direction. That'll make it say things like horizontal tile connection and vertical tile connection and diagonal tile connection, like so. Fantastic, except for it's not capitalized, which we can do if we do strings to title. Ooh, I made everything caps. Thought you were supposed to be all okay. That's not title caps. All Unicode letters mapped to Unicode title case. Yeah, I don't want that. To That's just capitalizing. Why would it? In the world? It's not title case. Must be thinking of a different package. Like, obviously I could do it manually, but I don't want to do that, right? Strings, okay. Strings.title, which is deprecated. The rule title uses four-word boundaries, does not handle Unicode punctuation properly, use Golang.org X text cases. Okay. Put you up here. Oop. Cases. And then title. Who are you? What are you? How do I use you? I'll review. Your documentation leave much to be desired. Language tag. Why can't I just... Why can't you just... Oh, there we go. Okay. For now. So could I do this in one line if I did that? We'll worry about localization later. I have one too many of them. Here we go. Would you like to clean up the unused import for me? You're supposed to. Guess we don't want to do it today. Okay, here we go. Now. Good. I like that so much more. All right. Let's do a quick. Oops. Let's do a click on the wrong thing. How about that? And then we'll do commit change header text based on what is selected. And then I think that is good for that part. So we want to fold. We want to make this a tree so that it's foldable. But we need to look at the docs for tree again. Make a tree, add tree child nodes directly to it. So we would have to and can I set this? Tree represent another node, another tree dot node tree. Can I put tree new node base? Text root. What would that result in? That, and then I could do that's no. Hmm. Doesn't seem like this would do what I wanted to do. I would need to make my own, or Hmm. I would need to figure out a different way to do this. If I did a form with this, and then I was to come in here. And I would need that. Like there's space where a thing should be. There's not a thing. Make sure that I'm thinking, yeah. It is indeed the one. There's like not anything else funky going on there. Boy, that's a really obnoxious bug. Maybe I'll have to bother them. Again, I'll be like, hey, what gifts? But for now, pretty pleased with the progress so far. And it's been 4 hours, so I'm going to go ahead and wrap things up here. We'll be back again on Friday, possibly earlier. If I do, I will probably post it on Blue Sky, and notifications from Twitch will always fire, you know, if you have them turned on. Oh, you know, it's, I'm glad you were able to make it for some of it. But yeah, we'll, hopefully you guys have a great week too, and we'll see you all at the end of the week for some Friday fun, or sooner. If I can, we'll see.